Well, good morning, whale watchers. My name's Luke. I'm a park ranger with Oregon State Parks. Today is April 9th. It's a Thursday, and welcome to Depot Bay, Oregon. For the next 4 hours, we will be bringing you our whale watch camera live, and myself and Ranger Hyla will be with you today, and we will be trying to find gray whales and any other kind of interesting marine life that's swimming around in front of our windows. If you're just joining us, this is a continuation of our Whale Watch Week live stream. And every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. Pacific time, we will be and have been bringing you our cameras live here on YouTube. We're very excited to continue these live broadcasts. It's been a ton of fun. We've seen a lot of whales. And we actually have a small gray whale kind of skirting by us right now. I'm waiting for it to come back up on the camera here. It appears to be a smaller little gray whale, but it's spouting one or two times. And we'll kind of keep our eyes over here. Our camera's pointed up this direction. Hopefully we get to see it. So again, we are coming to you live from Depot Bay, Oregon. We right now are standing inside of our visitor center. Just another reminder, all the Oregon State parks right now are closed in an attempt to slow the spread of the COVID-19 virus. But we will be here, like I said, 3 days a week for the foreseeable future, bringing you these live streams. We'll be looking for whales. You can ask us questions. You can leave us comments. We can interact together. And so far, over the last couple weeks, a few 100,000 people have tuned in and looked at whales with us. So it's been a lot of fun. And there's our whale right here. Maybe even saw two. I thought I saw another spout here. So hang on, everybody. Either way, we definitely have one whale out here in front of us. These are gray whales. They are the most common whale species that we see here along the Oregon coast this time of year, and really all year long. Just talking with Ranger Hyla this morning, and it sounds like there's some reports that there have been some humpback whales actually up near the Columbia River mouth recently. So pretty exciting. Yeah, spring is definitely here. We've got a lot of whale species returning from their winter breeding areas, either down in Mexico or those humpbacks. Some of them go all the way over to Hawaii. So pretty amazing. It's a beautiful day here on the central Oregon coast. We have mostly clear skies. We have a light breeze right now. I think we're supposed to end up with about a 20-mile-an-hour wind in a few hours. So hopefully we can catch a few whales on the camera before the wind really makes it tough. Oh, there's another whale. Well, that might be the same one. So these whales, these gray whales, are headed north right now. They have spent the last couple months down in Baja, Mexico, breeding and giving birth to their young, if they were a pregnant female. And now they're all headed back to Alaska. This whale that we're watching right now has already been swimming for a whole month, basically non-stop. This whale has already swam 3,000 miles, and it still has about 3,000 more miles to go before it reaches its winter feeding areas way up in the Arctic, on the very northern parts of Alaska, up in the Bering Sea and in the Chukchi Sea. Is this whale's probably its ultimate destination. So we do have some beautiful waves, as you can see, kind of crashing over our north reef this morning too. The swell is decent size. It's probably about 5 or 6 feet right now. It's supposed to pick up a little bit as the tide comes in. But we'll keep our eyes out here and see if we can't see anything. Oh, there's that whale. Right on the back there. It's kind of in that wave. I hope everybody saw that. So if you're just joining us, there's your first whale for the day. It only took just a few minutes. It's always a good way to start the day. We've been lucky the last few days, having some good whale activity early in the morning that we've all been able to watch together, so pretty cool. So again, I just want to say thank you to everybody for doing some excellent social distancing lately. We're all doing our part in this medical emergency that we're in right now, and I hope that by being able to join us virtually, we're being able to help you. There's that beautiful whale right there. Have a little bit of fun throughout the day. Let us know in that chat box where you are joining us from. I know yesterday we had many international visitors with us. Some folks from all over the world were looking at whales with us here in real time. So even though we are all apart right now, this is a fun way to get together and look at these beautiful animals here while they're swimming around in the ocean. Taking a quick look at the chat right now. Good morning from Chicago. Hi, Face56. Good morning from Portland. Betsy's in Cornelius. McSue's in Idaho. Everybody, there's Rick's here from Lake Tahoe. Welcome everybody, wherever you are from. Should be another great day of whale watching here. If I don't drop my microphone again, sorry. So, if you want to learn more about whale watching here in Oregon for your future vacations, be sure to check out that Oregon State Park website, www.oregonstateparks.org. Yeah, all of a sudden this whale is spouting a whole lot. Once you get to that website, you will be able to click on the Things to Do tab. And there's a whole section dedicated to whale watching here. It has a great map of some excellent locations to go and check out while you're here visiting the Oregon coast. And really all summer long, you will be able to pull over at a lot of those parks and viewing locations, and you can see whales. Like, it's very common. Now that these whales have returned from their winter breeding locations, we will see whales pretty much every day until the end of October. And so we hope to see a lot of you in the future, again in person over here at our visitor center. But in the meantime, I hope this helps get a little bit of your ocean needs fulfilled there. So this whale is going to kind of pass out of our view here to the north, but I'll leave the camera right there for another minute or two. Hopefully we can watch it, and then we will go back over to our half-mile buoy and see if we can't pick up our next whale or two or three as they head north here along the Oregon coast. Thanks again everybody for being here. If you have any questions or comments, be sure to leave those in the chat box for myself and Hyla. We'll be here with you for the next 4 hours as we watch gray whales migrating north along the Oregon coast. Stay tuned, we'll be right back. Well, hello again everybody, this is Luke, Park Ranger here at the Whale Center. So this morning we have lots and lots of seabirds feeding out here in front of us. And I've got the camera kind of zoomed in on some gulls, and there's some cormorants, and all sorts of birds that are kind of feeding in these pockets. Sometimes what happens is the bait fish, like a herring or anchovies or maybe even some squid, it's hard to tell, are kind of getting forced up to the surface by the wind and the currents in the ocean right now. And when that happens, you can see these birds diving into the water, trying to capture whatever these little prey fish or prey species are. And so there are literally hundreds, if not thousands, of birds kind of feeding in the waters here today. And this is definitely one of the bigger kind of concentrations of these birds we're kind of looking at right now. So pretty cool. There's lots going on out here this morning. And so it's pretty safe to say that that whale is going to be out of our view right now. So I am going to move the camera back over to our buoys and see if we can't just pick up another whale here pretty soon. Kind of coming this direction. Look at these beautiful waves over here today, bouncing off the reef. So yeah, nice day. It's supposed to have decent weather. I think the biggest challenge today will be this wind that we will get a little bit stronger here throughout the day. There's already some white caps over the water, which just make it a little more tricky to see these whales. But if they come in close, like that last one was, we're going to see it for sure. So yesterday we had, I think, 15 whales we spotted. And so it was a very good day yesterday as well. And I just went into yesterday's video. You can look at our video library there for April 8th. And I put a timestamp in the comment section of, I think, 3 different kind of events that were pretty cool. The first one was around the 35-minute mark. If you were with us yesterday, a whale came up and spouted kind of over towards that north reef. But the way that the light was, the spout made a rainbow. It was really pretty. And I kind of caught it on the camera. I think you could see it. So people very quickly named it the rainbow spout. I thought that was pretty fun. I tagged that one. And then there was another couple whales that came into the bay. Pretty close. We were able to get a good look at them throughout the day, and I tagged those also. So if you scroll down to the comment section yesterday, you'll see, you can just click on those times and go straight to some of the neat action that we had yesterday. So looking at the chat here real quick, we've got folks in, Brianna is in Maryland. Welcome, Brianna. Liz is in Eugene. Amber in Klamath Falls. Steve in Salem. Hi, Nancy. Kim's in Michigan. Joel is in Portland. Laura is in, I'm going to guess, Garibaldi, based on that hashtag. Roger's in McMinnville. Jan is with us again from Glen Eden. Good morning, Jan. And hi, Steve. Yep, I'm back. It's me and Hyla today. Laura is joining us from Connecticut. Jim is already thinking about anchovy pizza. Jim, it's a little bit early for that over here, so I'm going to assume you're in someplace ahead of us. And good morning again, Steve. So welcome again, everybody, wherever you are from. I hope you're having a good day. I hope everybody is healthy and home and comfortable. Grab a cup of coffee, maybe a piece of anchovy pizza if you're hanging out with Jim, sorry. I'm going to just have coffee for now. So stay tuned, everybody. It should be just a matter of time, and myself or Hyla will find some more whales for everybody.
Hi everyone, this is Park Ranger Hyla. I just wanted to say hello and thank you for everyone who's just joined us. We're still on the lookout for some gray whales. It's focused on the half-mile buoy right now, so with any luck we'll get to see some whales pretty close. Let me know if you guys see anything on the screen. I'm going to keep scanning the area though. Okay, thanks. Hi again, everybody. So we do have the steady north wind today, which is making it pretty difficult to see any whales. Axel was asking if we had any breachers yet, and nope, haven't seen any breaches yet. Lauren noticed of all the seabirds, there are so many birds out today. It looks like quite a few of them are heading north too, which is pretty cool. Let me know if you guys have any questions or if you see something on the screen that I miss. Okay, thanks. Hey everyone. So Liz had a question about the fish that the birds are feeding on. And so it's most likely a herring or an anchovy, and that would be an attractant for a whale such as a humpback that eat the schools of small fish. But we're looking for the gray whales, and they tend to eat mysid shrimp when they're here in Depot Bay, and that's about the size of a grain of rice. And there's also a few other amphipods that they'll feed on. But the gray whales feed on these little teeny tiny organisms. But if we were lucky, we would get to see a humpback feeding out there as well. Thanks, guys. Hey everyone, I just wanted to answer Jared's question really quick. He's asking if the whales are feeding on the plankton, and yeah, that's exactly what they're feeding on, is the zooplankton. And Sam is suggesting the best time of whale watching is September and October, and I'd have to agree, that's definitely my favorite time of year to watch them. Hi, Micaiah. Thanks for your question. I would have to say my favorite time for whale watching is probably August and September. Late summer seems to be the consensus for the best whale watching months. And right here in Depot Bay is a great spot to see our summer residents. There's also a spot just north of us, Boiler Bay, as well as another spot south of us, Rocky Creek. Anywhere along the coast, you're actually able to see them, and even better if you can find a spot with a little bit of elevation so you can see out a little bit further. But in the summertime, they're generally pretty close to the shore here. Thanks.
Well, hello there, whale watchers. This is Luke, one of the park rangers up here at the Whale Watch Center. Huge thank you to Hyla, Ranger Hyla, for running the camera for the last hour and a bit. I just got back up here at the visitor center and it is windy. Very, very windy today, probably 20 mile an hour plus wind right now. And lots of white waves and whitecaps. So it is going to make whale watching pretty tough today. We do have still these birds out here feeding. There's some diving and all sorts of feeding behaviors going on. So this wind, it's driving a process here on the coast called upwelling. And so when we get these really strong winds like we have today, it's bringing all this sediment and nutrients up from the bottom of the seafloor. And all those little microscopic little plants and bugs, the little bait fish kind of chase up to the surface also. And then you got all the predators in the water, rockfish, or maybe even some salmon or steelhead chasing those little bait fish up. And then you get the birds kind of attacking them from above too. So when those little bait balls come to the surface, we see a lot of activity. And I saw some questions earlier about like, hey, are these bait balls going to attract whales, all that kind of stuff. And not the gray whales. The gray whales, they don't really feed on any of these bait fish or anything like that. If there were humpback whales in the area, potentially it would attract them. But because we're so close to shore, they typically won't come in this close and feed. It's just too shallow for them. They prefer to be in a little bit deeper water when they're feeding. But yeah, I see some great questions, great conversation happening. Hilo was saying that September and October are really good months for whale watching, and I agree. The weather here on the coast is usually still very good, and we have lots of our summertime whales still in the area feeding very close to shore. So yeah, all summer long, June, July, August, September, October, you can see whales up close and personal right here in Depot Bay and really all over the Oregon coast. September and October are a lot of people's favorites. Kind of the summer busy travel season is kind of winding down at that point, and so it's a little less busy, but there are still plenty of whales around to be seen. So yeah, so it's a good time of year, that fall season, to come out here and take a look around and see what you see. So awesome. Well, I think we've just spotted just the one whale so far today. It was very first thing when we first started broadcasting today. So if you need to see a whale today, go ahead and rewind the video all the way to the very beginning, and that would be our only live whale that we spotted today. Yesterday was a really good day. If you were with us yesterday morning, we had lots of whale activity in the morning, and then in the afternoon the wind kind of kicked up like this. So yep, pretty common right now this time of year as the weather patterns are kind of changing. All winter, our storm systems typically come from the south, and we call them the Pineapple Expresses. They usually bring warm air and moisture up from California up this direction, and so most of our wind and rain in the wintertime actually comes from the south. But in the summertime, it's fairly common for us to get this north wind like we have today. Kind of a high pressure system sitting over us, and the wind will usually come from the northern direction pretty much every day in the afternoon to some degree. And so this time of year, we kind of have this back and forth happening. A few days ago, we had some rain come through, and of course that came from the south. And so historically, these would be like excellent times to come to the coast to look for the glass floats. I know a lot of people go to Lincoln City and the surrounding areas to look for the fishing floats. And it's usually this time of year where the winds are kind of alternating back and forth, where those kind of floats and other ocean debris gets pushed up on shore. So again, I'm not really encouraging anybody to go to the beach today or right now because we're all kind of hunkering down at home, but usually in the spring like this, we have those winds. And then also again in the fall, kind of that October time is when the winds are changing back. We're kind of switching from summer back into fall and winter. So yeah. Let's see. Micaiah asks, what whales do you often see? Micaiah, typically we see gray whales. Those are our most common whale here on this part of the Oregon coast. And if you rewind the video all the way back to the very beginning today, you will see one gray whale swimming by. Yesterday, we did see 15 gray whales throughout the broadcast. So the 4 hours, we saw 15 gray whales. Other whale species that we could see, this time of year, it's fairly common for orcas or killer whales to be spotted along the Oregon coast. The last time we saw them was about 2 weeks ago now. If you check out our YouTube channel, our videos, you'll see a video from March 24th where a pod of orcas came right into the bay, so that was exciting. And sometimes, if we have very good visibility, we can see out to a little deeper water, and we can start to see some humpback whales traveling north along our coast too. Typically, humpback whales stay at least 5 miles offshore, and so it's very difficult for us to see them from here. But occasionally, some will come in close enough where we can zoom out with our cameras and see them. Other whale species that would be rare, but we could see, would be even like bottlenose dolphins. We do have bottlenose dolphins here on the Oregon coast, and the last 2 summers, we have had them right here in the Beverly Beach, Newport area, Depot Bay area, and I saw them myself a couple years ago, so that was pretty cool. And last year there was a pod of bottlenose dolphins. There was some people swimming and surfing just off of Beverly Beach, just kind of north of Newport, and a whole pod of those dolphins swam right through all the surfers, and a lot of people got really excited about that, of course. That would be a pretty amazing experience. So, yeah. Let's see. Steve asked, would the bait balls attract dolphins and porpoises? Yeah, for sure. If there's some around, they absolutely could be attracted to them. Right now, as I'm kind of looking out over the ocean, I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different clusters of birds kind of feeding on these bait balls, and so they're all over right now. And so, yeah, there's a lot of food in the water, it seems, today, so a lot of activity. But yeah, that'd be cool. See some dolphins. How about sea lions? Would they take part in that feeding frenzy? Yeah, absolutely, they could. I know Hyla said she saw one sea lion feeding right in front of us here, but they're going to be very difficult to keep up with today, again, just because of how big these waves are in the wind. But good questions, everybody. Jennifer asks, will you be live streaming each day with or without commentary, or is it just certain times of year? Jennifer, we are now kind of switching what we typically do. Typically, we just live stream during the spring whale watch week, but this year, because our visitor center is closed and we want to still enjoy the whole spring whale watching season with all of you, all of our virtual friends, we will be broadcasting this live camera from here on the Central Oregon coast every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. Pacific time. So I know it's not quite as good as coming to the beach yourself, but it's something that we're going to be providing for the next several weeks at least, while we know a lot of people are home right now doing some great social distancing. So we plan to provide this camera 3 days a week for 4 hours each day right now for the foreseeable future. So yeah, you'll have to find something else to do. I know there's a lot of other really cool wildlife cameras here on YouTube and all over the place, and so but we really enjoy having everybody with us. So yeah, hope that answers your question. Jared asked, what about sharks? Have you ever seen a shark? Yes, Jared. Yes, I have. But let me be more specific. I have seen lots of sharks in Oregon at the Newport Aquarium. I have never encountered a shark in just sitting here in Depot Bay. Sharks typically do not come out of the water, so it makes them a little tougher to see. But I do know that there are quite a few sharks here in our Oregon waters. I work with some Oregon State Parks beach rangers, and those men and women kind of patrol our shorelines every day, making sure everybody is being safe and also removing any garbage and stuff that washes ashore. And sometimes they'll come across an animal that has been attacked by sharks. Yeah, there are definitely sharks here. Even, well, just this winter, we actually had it was about a 25-foot sperm whale wash ashore here in Newport. And that sperm whale had pretty obviously been floating out in the ocean for a while. And there were dozens and dozens of shark bites out of that carcass. And so, yeah, there are some pretty good-sized sharks here in Oregon. And yep, sharks are awesome. Yeah, some people are afraid of sharks or think that they're bad. They're actually a very important part of the ocean ecosystem out there. So sharks are very, very important. And so, yeah, there's a lot of good shark conservation groups out there, and they're cool. They're really, really cool. It's good to have them. So. All right, well, I've got the camera zoomed out there at our half-a-mile buoy right now. It's that red one. It's so stormy and just kind of windy and rocking and rolling that I don't see any sea lions out on that half-mile buoy right now. They could be feeding someplace, or they could have maybe headed down someplace to try to get out of this wind a little bit as well. So anyway, see some other questions coming in. Jennifer says, yeah, we've been checking out some other nature cams. Very excited to find this one. Oh yeah, awesome, Jennifer. I'm glad you found us. Yep. This whale watching center here in Depot Bay is a pretty popular spot. All summer long, around 1,000 people per day come through here and interact with our park rangers and our volunteers who are here looking for whales. And hopefully you got your whale watching sticker when you were here. Yep. And Betsy asks, my son would like to know, when you become a park ranger, how is it decided where you will work? Do you get to pick your station or location? Yeah, Betsy, it kind of depends on what agency your son wants to work for. I've worked for a few. I've worked for the U.S. Forest Service before, and I've worked here with Oregon State Parks. Those are the two kind of bigger parks agencies that I've worked with. Both of those park ranger assignments, you do get to pick where you go to work every day. But that gives you some stability. But if you want to continue to be a park ranger for 20 or 30 years, sometimes you do have to move to find different opportunities or to advance, that kind of stuff. So yeah, it's really fun. I've been very fortunate. I've been able to live all over the western United States here doing this kind of work, and it's fun. If he or she, your son, lives here in Oregon, be sure to watch later this spring as more and more park ranger seasonal jobs will open up. And I think that's true for pretty much all agencies, the Oregon State Parks, the National Park Service, the Forest Service, the BLM. Usually there's a lot of opportunity in the summer months for people who are interested in becoming park rangers to kind of come and join one of those agencies and kind of learn what it's like to be a park ranger and see if it's something that your son would want to pursue. But yeah, it can be a lot of fun. So, and Pedal PDX, oh hey, how's it going? Checking in on the lunch break. Pedal PDX, we have spotted one whale today. and it was very first thing this morning, and then pretty much right after that it has become so windy. It's about 20 to 25 mile an hour winds right now, and so we are not able to see really anything. So we're hoping we get lucky. Maybe a whale will jump right in front of us. That would be awesome. Keeping our fingers crossed. You never know. Yes, Jared, birds. Lots of birds today. And yeah, Betsy, you're welcome. Keep an eye on the Oregon State Park website. You'll see some announcements about job opportunities in the weeks and months to come, I'm sure. So, cool. All right, well, we've got these birds still feeding out here. Lots of food, and they're also just trying to get out of the wind here a little bit, I think, today. If you look closely, we have some gull, lots of what people call seagulls. So, fun fact for the day, there's actually no bird called a seagull. That's just kind of a generic term for a gull that lives by the sea. Our most common species are western gulls here on this part of the coast. And then if we look closely, there's a lot of these little black birds, with little white wings. They're teeny tiny, and those are pigeon guillemots. And those are a pretty cool little bird. They are very annoying as you're walking around on a fishing dock or whatever. They are make a really high-pitched kind of a squeaking noise, but they're cute, I suppose. And then there's also quite a few cormorants in this group. There goes one. Here, we'll try to follow that one for a second. That's a cormorant right there. Our most common ones that we're going to see here are the pelagic cormorants. There's actually 3 different species that we see here. The pelagic cormorants, the Brandt's cormorants, and the double-crested. But most commonly here in Depot Bay, we see the pelagic cormorants. A little smaller than the other ones. And they actually are terrible at flying. They're not great at flying. They're more designed to be underwater swimming. And so they have short, stubby little wings, but very powerful feet. And those cormorants, we will see them dive underwater, and then they'll actually use their feet to kind of propel themselves underwater. They do swim with their wings a little bit, but they usually kind of keep them tucked close to their body. But yeah, whatever's going on out here, there's a lot of food for these birds. You can see there's hundreds of them out here right now. So pretty cool. All right, well, let me go back over to this buoy here, and we will see. I'm going to get my binoculars out and do a quick scan too at some of our most common feeding areas and see if we can't find a whale, because I know that we are not the bird camera here. There's lots of those. We are the whale camera. So let's go over here back to the buoy, and we'll see if we can't find a whale or two this afternoon. Thanks again, everybody, for being here. Stay tuned, and we'll be back in a little bit. Well, hello there everybody. This is Luke, Park Ranger here at the Depot Bay Whale Center. It is just about 12:30 our time, 12:31 actually. And we're still out here. We're still looking for some whales. If you're just joining us, it is a very windy day at the beach. And we have not spotted any whales in the last 2.5 hours. We did have one at the very beginning of our broadcast to watch. And then since then, the wind has become so strong that it's just really made it nearly impossible to see any whales out more than a half mile or so. But we're still here. We'll be here for another hour and a half with the cameras on, just in case. You know, sometimes on a day like today, we call ourselves the Depot Bay Wave Watching Center. And that's pretty common in our winter months as well, January and February. We usually have some really big storms here along the Oregon coast, and so a lot of folks will come in here and just watch just the beauty and the raw power of the ocean. It's pretty cool. Even today, the wind and these waves, like they're strong enough, like it's kind of, the whole town is kind of vibrating here a little bit. Depot Bay is actually, our building right below us is an ancient basalt flow, ancient lava flow. And it's actually the same basalt that you can see in the Columbia River Gorge. And so next time you're at Multnomah Falls taking a picture of that beautiful waterfall, all of the basalt in the Columbia River Gorge, that same lava flow, those same flows that made that layer of our geologic past, that's the same stuff that we have right here. And so it's pretty crazy. That lava flow, that event was a huge one, and it came all the way out here to the coast. But anyway, that basalt is obviously very, very hard, very firm, and it actually resonates a little bit on these storm days. And so these waves crashing on it, you know, just that kind of pressure, it does actually shake our windows a little bit. So it's pretty cool. But yeah, if you're just joining us, we have not seen any whales in quite a long time. We've had lots of birds feeding here. I've got this fishing boat going by right now. You think you're having an up and down day at the office. Whew, look at those poor folks. I can't watch them for very much longer, else I'll start to get a little queasy myself. So pretty slow going out there on the ocean today. But that's pretty respectable. That's a pretty hard way of making a living right there. Well, let's go ahead and go back over here. We'll stop by our birds real quick, see how they're doing. We've had this huge bird group in front of us for the last couple hours, and they're feeding on bait fish and other plankton that gets kind of pushed up to the surface by all these waves. And so pretty cool. I've been watching them do this all day. They've been diving and feeding in this general area most of the day here. And a few of them just taking a rest out of the wind. Again, it's about 20 to 25 mile an hour winds here. I think later this afternoon it's going to be over 30 mile an hour winds. So very, very blustery day out here on the coast, excuse me. All right, well, hey James in Beaverton, welcome. Good to see you again. And hopefully we'll see a lot of folks next week too. We'll be back, remember, next Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday here on the Oregon State Parks YouTube channel. And again, stay tuned to all of the Oregon State Parks social media outlets here on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, whatever else the kids are using these days, all that. There's some really cool content coming out. I know here on our section of the coast, I've worked with a few people. We're going to do some neat kind of behind the scenes stuff. Not just here at the Whale Watching Center, but some of our lighthouses and our other beautiful park locations here. We're taking this opportunity to shoot some really cool video and get some neat insight. And we're excited to show some kind of behind the scenes stuff from here at the Oregon State Park. So stay tuned on all the social media outlets again, because there'll be some really cool stuff coming out over the next few weeks. And I know there's a good number of folks excited about that and working on that too. So thank you to them for helping us share a little bit more about what makes all of these parks so special. So yeah, it'll be good. We will try to make the best out of the current situation. And again, I hope everybody's home being safe. And thank you again from all of us here at the parks for respecting our park closures right now, just in an effort to keep as many people safe as possible, and just kind of limiting our exposure to everything that's going on out there. So let's go find our buoy here, and we'll get oriented. There's the 1 mile in the back there. That one's a little too far away, and there's kind of some haze out there. So let's go over here to the half-mile buoy. There we go. And we'll put it right in the right side of the screen there. And we'll let that sit there for a little while. If you got any questions or comments, be sure to leave me that there in that chat bar. Micaiah says, thanks for answering my question. You're welcome. Yep, you're welcome. And James says, yeah, that's the lava from near Idaho. Yep. If there's any geologists on here with us, help me remember the name of that event. It's escaping my mind right now, but that was the huge crack in eastern Oregon, Idaho that spewed the magma and the volcanic emissions like all the way out here. So thanks again, everybody. And I know we're the whale camera, but sometimes we get distracted. So stay tuned. All right, well, hello again, everybody. This is Luke, Park Ranger here at the Depot Bay Whale Center. It's about 12:50 p.m. here on the Oregon coast. And if you're just joining us, it's a terrible day for whale watching. It's so windy right now, we just cannot see any of the spouts or really any activity that would let us know that there is a whale around. It's about 25-mile-an-hour wind right now and some pretty rough seas, so it's making it very difficult to see whales. But it is a pretty day from inside here looking out there. Still pretty sunny and some beautiful waves here crashing right on the seawall here below me. So I thought I'd just share that with everybody right now. Hopefully by next week I will have our microphone set up outside and you will be able to hear the waves that are crashing out there right now at home there with you. So we are working on that. Got some stuff ordered and hopefully it'll be here relatively soon. So yeah, it's overall though it's been a pretty decent week. I mean, yesterday we saw 15 whales. Sometimes people will ask us on a day like today, you know, does this weather like stop the whales from going north? Or sometimes we will have a month, you know, we keep track of how many whales we see every day. Sometimes some months seem lower than they should, and usually that's just due to the weather like this. These whales, they're swimming by right now. They don't mind about this wind and the wave at all. I mean, it might slow them down a little bit, but it's not going to stop them in any way. And so they're out there, they're swimming by. We are just unable to see them because the weather does not allow us to. So even on a day like today, we could get lucky. We could have a whale come into the bay and show off a little bit, but it's going to be almost like a needle in a haystack here right now. But there's still a needle, so we're going to try. I'm going to give it another hour here as we're watching. So thanks again, everybody, for tuning in wherever you're from. Hope you're enjoying the views of the Oregon coast right now. And like I said, we'll be here for about another hour today. And then we will be back next week, next Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Looking at the long-range weather forecast, it looks pretty good. Next week as well, we should have pretty calm ocean conditions. And as long as we don't have any real crazy wind like this, wow, look at those waves exploding on that seawall. That's so cool. As long as we don't have any huge windstorms like this, we should be able to see some whales. So let me know in that comment box, where should I point the camera right now? Do you all want to watch this kind of wide angle view of the bay and the waves? Or would you rather I go back out to that half-mile buoy? Let me know what you think in that comment box, and we'll get the camera pointed that direction. So thanks again, everybody, and stay tuned. All right, everybody. Well, this is Luke here at the Whale Watch Center. It looks like we have 3 votes. We have 1 vote for wide view that we've got right now. We have 1 vote for half-mile buoy, and we have 1 other vote for show us the whale models. And so here's what we're going to do. We're going to spend 10 minutes right here staring at the wide angle view. Then we'll go out to that half-mile buoy for 10 minutes, and then after that I will have all my little models ready, and we'll do a short little presentation about gray whales and a couple of the other whale species that we see here at Depot Bay throughout the year. So let's keep it here wide for about 10 minutes or so. If I do see a whale, obviously I will move the camera and try to capture it here for everybody, but we'll just watch these waves for right now. The tide is almost at its highest point of the day, and it's just making some very beautiful crashes here on the shoreline. So hang tight, everybody. All right, well, hello again, whale watchers. This is Luke, park ranger with Oregon State Parks, and we're coming to you live today from the Depot Bay Whale Watching Center here on the shores of the Central Oregon coast. So we have had a very slow day of whale watching due to the wind and the waves, but I want to take a few minutes based on a recommendation we had. Thank you, I think it was Nancy. Let's take a few minutes and I want to zoom all the way out and I want to show you some of our whale models. And we're going to imagine for a few minutes that we were able to pull these whales out of the water and we could examine them up close and personal. So say goodbye to that half-mile buoy for a little bit. We'll go back out there in a few minutes, but let's just take a few minutes and I'll bring you inside our visitor center here. And let's take a look at a few of our whale species that we see here on the Oregon coast throughout the year. So the most common whale that we are going to see is this one right here. This is a model of a gray whale. And now there's some debate about how they get their name. A lot of people assume that, well, they're gray in color, so obviously that's where they got their name. But actually, there was a researcher named Dr. Gray who these whales were apparently named after. So I'm going to let you out there do some investigations on your own, and you can make your own determination on, is it because they're the color gray or were they named after Dr. Gray? Either way, that is their name. And they have some unique features that we can go over today. So over the last few days, first and foremost, we have seen a lot of whales spouting. That's the first thing that we see. And so gray whales have two nostrils on the top of their head, just like me and you. Pretty good size. They have two lungs in their bodies, just like us as well. The biggest difference between their lungs and our lungs is obviously just the size. You know, if you and I take a really big breath all the way in, all of the air inside of our lungs, you could fill one basketball. So not very big, right? But if we were to fill one of the whale's lungs, this gray whale's lungs, one of their lungs is as big as your refrigerator at your house right now. And so imagine having two lungs, each one of them is as big as your refrigerator. That's a huge amount of air, right? And so they're able to take in these huge breaths of air very quickly, and they exchange all the oxygen in there. And those spouts, when they're breathing, that's what we see. And so right on the top of their head, right where their nostrils are, there's a little indentation and a little bit of water gets stuck right here. And so when that whale does surface and exhale, some of that water kind of gets sucked up and just blasted out of there by that air that they're exhaling. When the whale does exhale or spout or blow, that air is coming out of their nostrils at over 100 miles an hour. So very, very quickly, and that again kind of vaporizes some of that water that's sitting right back in here, and that's what we see usually first from a gray whale when it's in the area. The other thing you'll notice is all these different colorations on their heads and their faces, and these are actually a barnacle that grows on them pretty much their whole life. The longer a whale is in the ocean, the more and more barnacles they grow on their body. So pretty common to see lots of barnacles growing on a whale. A younger whale will just have fewer barnacles on it. It just has not been in the ocean as long, and so it hasn't accumulated enough of those barnacles. After a few years, the barnacles do die. They don't live as long as the actual whale does. And as those barnacles fall off or die, they will actually leave a barnacle scar, it's called. I don't think I really have any on this model here, but a barnacle scar is where that barnacle was latched on to that whale so tightly that it actually sucks all the pigment out of that animal's body, or in that spot. It leaves like a little bleached circle, a little white mark, and that would be something we would call a barnacle scar. So pretty cool. And here is my little whale model of a calf. So if this was mama right here, she is about 40 to 45 feet long when she's fully grown. And then if she has a calf, when they're first born, they're about 15 feet long, and they already weigh 2,000 pounds when they're first born. So you can see the little calf would be quite a bit smaller than that adult female. And they're pretty cute. So I have heard, I haven't had a really up close and personal visit with calves, but I know a lot of people will go down to Mexico in the spring to go on a whale watching tour trip, and it's just an incredible experience, and I do hope to make it down there one day. But yeah, these little calves, they're very friendly, very curious, and you'll see on the calf model here, no real barnacles, maybe like one. So maybe this whale's been in the water for a few months at this point. But yeah, very cute little guys and gals. Some other things we can notice right away from our gray whale model is there's no fin in this portion of the whale. So gray whales do not have any kind of what's called a dorsal fin. They have just this dorsal hump right here. And so that's one of the ways that I can tell what kind of whale is swimming around out there very quickly. If we see any kind of a fin on the whale's back, we know that it's not a gray whale, it's going to be something else. Gray whales are one of very few whales that have no fin right there. Another very common feature on gray whales are these bumps right here on the back between the dorsal hump and the tail. They're these little knuckles or ridges, and so other very common features on a gray whale. And then finally the tail of a gray whale. They all look very similar. On the model here you see there's no like unique coloration or paint job or markings here. Gray whales, their tails are not really a good indication of like individual whales. Other whale species, like specifically humpbacks, their tail has an identifiable pattern, almost like your fingerprint, like your thumbprint, that they use to kind of catalog and document specific whales throughout its life. Gray whales don't really have that, and so it's used less commonly when they're identifying a whale. And also, gray whales don't always do a big dive, and so it's very hard to identify a whale by its tail if you never actually see its tail. So other things we can point out, its pectoral fins here. Some people might want to call them their flippers, but we're going to call them their pectoral fins. They're pretty short. They don't use them for propulsion in any way, maybe just a little bit, but obviously they get most of their power from their big tail right here. This is also, we're going to be scientists right now, we're going to call this fluke, a tail fluke. One thing I should mention is this tail fluke right here. When an animal, a gray whale, is fully grown, this tail will be 10 feet tall from here to here. So this is a very strong propulsion device, good motor for sure. Yep, and these little pectoral fins, again, they use them for steering, kind of up and down and left and right, but they don't use them to like doggy paddle or anything out there in the water. One thing that's really cool about gray whales, and all whales really, if we were able to take away all their skin and their blubber and their muscle, you would see pretty much our exact bone structure. Gray whales are mammals, so are me and you. We actually have a whole lot in common with this animal right here, including the bones that make up our hands, right? And so ours are very easy to see, right? The gray whales and all whales are covered in these big pleats of flesh and muscle. But if we were to tear all that away, you would see basically the exact same bone structure that you and I have in our hands. So pretty cool. Let's talk about the inside of the whale's mouth. So gray whales are a baleen whale, and a baleen whale means it's a filter feeding whale. they do not have teeth. They have the substance called baleen, and that's what they use to filter out the plankton from the water. So you can see here in the model, gray whales have this kind of blonde colored baleen, and that's basically like a net. And let me get my sample of baleen here from a gray whale. And so here is an actual piece of baleen from a gray whale. This is just a small little example. This is, again, that blonde color. It's made out of keratin. It's just like you and I's fingernails. All humans have fingernails. Look at that. It's the same exact stuff. And it grows their whole life. And as it grows longer and longer, it starts to fray here. You can imagine it's like getting split ends here. On the outsides, it's nice and smooth. So this would be the outside of the whale's mouth. And then on the inside, you can see that the texture is much different. It's fraying very, very quickly, and it creates almost like a hairbrush kind of texture. And that's what these animals use as they swim through the water. They'll open their mouth up and then close their mouth, and then they'll use their tongue to press all the water out. You can see all the water would escape through these little channels here. But any kind of a plankton species that these gray whales are chasing, specifically here in Depot Bay, they're after this tiny little shrimp. It's a zooplankton. It's called a mysid shrimp, M-Y-S-I-D. And you can see these little mysids do not fit through this baleen. And so the water will go right through, but any kind of a little plankton will get stuck in there. And then they're able to use their tongue and kind of scrape the insides of their mouth out and eat these little plankton species here. So pretty incredible. These mysids, let me see if I can get it to focus here. These mysids in the summertime, they're literally like growing by the billions out here. And so very, very productive food source for them. But you can see how tiny they are. I mean, they're little tiny. They're like the size of a grain of rice. Each one of the whales is going to eat 2,000 pounds of these little mysids. It's just incredible that they're able to eat that much. Awesome. So that's the gray whale. And again, they're the most common whale that we see here along the Oregon coast pretty much all year long. I do have my school bus here in the background. That's kind of to show you scale here. So these gray whales are just about the same size. Let me see if I can do this. As a school bus. And so next time you're pulled up next to one of the school buses, cruising around, taking your kids to school, that's a very good model. So just imagine, there you go, school bus, gray whale, about the same size. So let's talk really quick about some of the other whales that we see here. How about that big one in the back there? Anybody know what that is? Anybody know? Yeah, that's not Jaws. That is a killer whale. That's a model of an orca skull or a killer whale. Looks kind of like a crocodile, huh? That's a very efficient shape in nature. Big head, big teeth. They can eat lots of stuff. And so orcas, or killer whales, we actually saw some a couple weeks ago. And so here is a little model of an orca. So these are the black and white ones that we see here all over the Pacific Northwest. There are several different types of orcas actually. And so not all orcas eat the same stuff. There's actually 3 different what they call ecotypes of orcas. And so one of the ecotype is known as the southern resident killer whales, the SRKWs. And those ones live all along kind of the Washington coast, and especially in like the Salish Sea, Seattle area. A lot of people associate orcas with Seattle and Puget Sound, but those orcas actually travel all over the Pacific Northwest. And those SRKWs, the southern resident killer whales, those are the ones that are chasing salmon. Specifically, they're targeting Chinook salmon. Let's see if I can get it to focus here. The Chinook salmon is their #1 prey. And so these ones, there's 3 distinct families of those SRKWs. There's J-pod, K-pod, and L-pod. And there's only about 73 or 77 of those orcas total. So they're actually endangered right now, and it's because the salmon populations in this part of the world are not doing very well. So you can see a lot of stuff in the news about these southern resident killer whales. Or maybe even last year, you remember there was that orca who gave birth to a calf, but the calf was either stillborn or passed away very quickly. And the mother, the female orca, carried it around for over 2 weeks, mourning the loss of that calf. And so a lot of media attention on those SRKWs, and they do need our help in a big way. Moving on to a different family of orcas, the orcas that we actually saw here in Depot Bay a couple weeks ago, those are known as transient orcas or Biggs orcas. It's what we call a different ecotype. So they're still orcas, they're still killer whales, but they're just like a little different family, a little different group of them. There's about 500 of the transient, also known as the Biggs orcas, all along the whole west coast. And so those orcas, they are the marine mammal eaters. They eat seals and sea lions or even other whales. And so while those orcas were here in Depot Bay, you can go back and watch that video, all of the other gray whales were trying to hide. All of our seals and sea lions were like swimming as fast as they could to get out of the pool, because they did not want to be lunch for one of these guys or gals right here. So pretty cool that we get to see those from time to time. They are rare for us to see, but they are out there, and so it's always exciting. There is one last group of orcas that does live in Oregon, but they're way, way, way out in the ocean, and they're called the offshore orcas. And again, they look just like this, very similar anyway. They all have a little bit different paint jobs, a little bit different markings. Even their fins will be a little bit different shape, but they all still look very similar to this. The offshore orcas usually live 20, 30, 100 miles out offshore, and their main prey species is actually sharks. And it's pretty cool. They've done some studies on those orcas, and they've actually found that as they get older, the teeth from those orcas is almost ground down totally flat. And it's here's an example of an orca tooth. And so very good for capturing prey, you know, in your mouth, or you can see them in the big model over here too. But those offshore orcas, these teeth will be super dull and flattened, and it's because shark skin is so abrasive. It's like sandpaper, but even stronger. And so those offshore orcas have like ground down their teeth throughout their life. So pretty cool. So the last species we can talk about today would be these right here. Now this is a model of a humpback whale, and these are going to start to become more and more common along the Oregon coast here as the summer progresses. Like I said earlier today, Ranger Hyla and I were talking, and it sounds like there's some reports of some humpbacks around the mouth of the Columbia River just recently. And so those humpbacks are most likely returning from their breeding lagoons either down in Mexico. There are some humpbacks that go to Mexico, and a lot of the humpbacks also go to Hawaii. And I was just watching a really great little presentation that was sent to me about the humpbacks, and they were actually showing that some of the humpbacks actually are spotted in both locations. And so they don't always go just to Mexico, or they don't always go just to Hawaii. It appears that some of them might go both places. So pretty cool. But anyway, humpbacks are very well known. They're very photogenic. We see those ones on the TV or on the National Geographic, like jumping out of the water, like super dramatically, like jumping and spinning and being amazing. Because they're huge and they're cool, and they love to show off for us, it seems. So These are also the whales that will sing to each other. The males will sing to try to attract females, or maybe to distance themselves from other males. It's one of the theories is that the louder, the whale can sing, the bigger the animal is. And so if you're a big, strong male humpback and you're like singing Lady Gaga as loud as you can, maybe that's attractive to some other whales, the females. And also if you're a smaller whale, a smaller male, and you hear another whale singing super loud, and you know that you cannot sing that loud, you just don't even go over there because that guy might beat you up, type of a thing. So pretty cool. Humpbacks, their tails are, we talked about the gray whales, how they're not really unique. The humpback whales are, each of them is a unique kind of fingerprint. And so researchers will take photographs of humpback tails every year, and then they go into this massive database and they can identify individual whales from up and down, or really all over the world. And they're able to tell, oh, that's Steve. Steve was last spotted here, 5 days ago. So it looks like Steve, or whatever the whale's name is, has moved. So it's really, really cool that they can identify these humpback whales by their tails. Humpback whales do have a little dorsal fin. Let me see if I can hold that right. There it is. It's kind of small, but it's very pronounced. Humpback whales get their name because every time they dive, they do this big arch of their back, and this dorsal fin sticks out very, very clearly. And so pretty cool. Again, 2 big blowholes on top of their head, and huge amount of air coming out very, very quickly. Humpback whales and gray whales are about the same length. If we were able to take them out of the water, let's see if I can get this on the camera here. But humpback whales are a little fatter. They're a little wider, and it's because they actually eat a little more bigger stuff, different food. They're more generalists, I guess you could say. Humpbacks will eat plankton. They will eat these mysids if there's a lot of them that the gray whales are after. But they will also target krill or herring or anchovies, different kinds of bait fish. Humpbacks typically are so far out there that we cannot see them. But certain times of year they are traveling close enough to shore that we can see them from right here in Depot Bay. Pretty amazing. Actually, I have a piece of the humpback baleen also. Let me grab that. So humpback baleen, it's also made out of keratin, just like the gray whales, but it's big. It's really big. And so it's much longer. I can't even really get it all in the camera at the same time. So it's a different color. It's a darker brown color, as you can tell. Here's the outside. It's very shiny. It's very hard. And you can see the little ridges in it, just like our fingernails get. But then on the inside, again, it's this very bristly comb type of structure. And it's very good at filtering out the seawater and capturing tiny little prey. Or also, this is a really big net. This piece I'm holding probably weighs close to 15 pounds in my hand right now. So it's heavy, it's strong, it's a big enough net that they can capture bigger prey like fish, a herring or anchovy, something that's maybe even up to 8 or 10, 12 inches long. So pretty cool stuff. Trying to think, I don't have my other models out right now of our dolphins and sperm whales, all that kind of stuff, but these are the 3 most common, for sure. Gray whale, #1 most common. And then it's kind of a tie between these two, honestly. The orcas and the humpbacks. Orcas would be more common to see this time of year. The humpbacks we will see later in the summer, kind of like July, August is when I typically see them here feeding along the Oregon coast, but it just kind of depends. You could see one tomorrow anywhere along the Oregon coast, and I wouldn't be surprised. It'd just be a little more rare. So cool. Well, I hope maybe you learned something. There's lots of really cool whales swimming around out there in the Oregon coast. A lot of people don't realize we've got all these things swimming around out there, and we do. They're just they're not every day, but it is fun to look for them for sure. So Let's go ahead and let's stay wide right now. We'll just leave it right here at the buoy. These waves are just incredible right now. And I don't know if you can hear that in the background, that really high-pitched tweeting. Let me hold my microphone out. I don't know if you can hear that or not. I do have my door downstairs open, and those little high-pitched whistling, tweeting, are those black oyster catchers that I zoomed in on a little earlier. Let me zoom in on them again. They're a pretty cool little bird. There's a couple of them. They got that bright orange beak, and they love Depot Bay down here on these tide pools, foraging for food when these waves go back out here a little later this evening. So very cool. One other cool fact, here's for your Jeopardy trivia. So looking at these oyster catchers just on their outside, we cannot tell if they're a male or a female just by their plumage or their feathers. But if we're able to zoom in on their eye, the males and the females, I believe it's the female, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, the females have a little dot in their eye, their yellow eye, that you can distinguish if it's a male or a female. So hopefully one of my birder friends on here can be sure to clear that up. I will reach out to my birder friend tonight just to double check that, but that I believe is the only way we can tell if it's a male or a female. It's just there's a little black dot in that bird's eye that we can't see. We can't zoom in far enough, and we're zooming in a long way with this camera. So cool. Well, let me go ahead and zoom back out here again. We'll watch these waves for a few more minutes, and let me know if you got any questions or comments about that little whale presentation that we just did. It is now about 1:50, and so just about 10 more minutes or so, and then we'll be turning the camera off for today. We did spot one gray whale very early this morning, so you can scroll literally all the way back to the very beginning of today's broadcast. But then about 10 minutes after we started, this wind got so bad, and Ranger Hyla was up here for a couple hours looking, and she didn't see anything, and I have not spotted any whales yet this afternoon either, so that's all right. Sometimes you have 15, like yesterday, and sometimes you don't. And today we just don't, but we'll be back here next week giving it another shot. So, all right, stay tuned for a few more minutes, everybody, and I'll be back in about 10 minutes or so. We'll wrap this up, and we'll get out of here for the day. So stay tuned. We'll be right back. All right, well, hello again, whale watchers. This is Luke, park ranger here at the Depot Bay Whale Center. For the last time today is Thursday, April 9th, 2020, and we're just wrapping up another day of our Whale Watch live stream Encore. Each Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday for the next several weeks, we will be bringing you our cameras from here on the Central Oregon coast as we look for whales and other amazing and beautiful things here as they swim along the Oregon coast. And we're very happy to bring you all with us at this time. So if you're just joining us, we just spotted one gray whale today. It was at the very beginning of our broadcast. And then since then, it's just been so windy and blustery, we have not been able to spot any other whales here in front of us in Depot Bay. But let me take a quick look at the questions and comments. I saw some come in. Chris says, hey, we were in Florence last June and we saw 4 or 5 orcas in the Siuslaw. Best birthday ever. Yes, Chris. So when I first moved back to Oregon and in the Northwest here, I lived in Florence for just a very short time. And we were actually sitting under my wife and I were sitting under the bridge. There's a little coffee shop there and we were sitting on their patio. And we were down there, I think it was late May, and we saw orcas swimming up the Siuslaw River, all the way under the bridge there. And it was one of those moments where you spit the coffee out your nose because you're like, what is going on? But yes, those are some transient orcas, or those Biggs orcas, that are pretty well known to visit the Siuslaw River at that time of year. So that's so awesome that you got to see them down there. Very, very cool. Let's see another question from Brianna. No, Chris. What day in the Whale Watch feed is the Orca Day? Thank you, Chris. If you go look at our videos, it was March 24th, I want to say. It was Spring Whale Watch Day 4, and I named that video Orcas in the Bay. If you scroll down to the comment section of that video, you will find a timestamp, and you can click on that, and it'll take you right to that moment when the orcas first were spotted on the camera. I think it was like 3.5 hours into our broadcast that day, so it was in the afternoon, but it was really, really cool. That was the closest I have ever seen orcas here in Depot Bay. I've seen them out by the 1 mile buoy a handful of times, but I've never seen orcas come that close into the bay, so that was really, really exciting that day. So awesome. Well, everybody, I think that's all the questions in there. Thanks for all the nice comments. It's been a pretty good day of wave watching. Not so great for whales, but we'll try again next week for sure. They will be out there, and so will we, and I hope you will join us then as well. So again, if you want to stay in tune with Oregon State Parks right now, learn about all of the closures in your area, or when we might be reopening, check out the main Oregon State Parks website, www.oregonstateparks.org. You can learn about us here on the coast, this visitor center. You can also learn about the Columbia River Gorge, the Willamette Valley, all the great parks that are located in the great state of Oregon here. And you can start planning your maybe later this summer vacations. Or if you live a long way away, like I know some of our visitors are, maybe we'll see you in a year or two. It'd be really nice to meet a lot of you in person. So either way, stay safe, have a great afternoon, a great evening, have a good weekend, be kind to each other, give each other a hand right now, have a good safe weekend, and I will see all of you back here next week on Tuesday morning at 10 a.m. right here on the Oregon State Parks YouTube channel. Thanks again. Oh, I almost forgot. Hit that like button. Subscribe to the Oregon State Parks channel. You guys are all awesome. Thank you again. Take care. Bye-bye.